Well, isn't this a beautiful way to start our sunset safari? You've got some Nyala, two female Nyalas in the background, beautiful antelope. And then, of course, we've got a woolly neck stork that is busy scratching its face. And then, of course, two Egyptian geese to the left-hand side here at Gowrie Dam and a hippopotamus in the water. Of course, we are on Djuma Private Game Reserve here in the Sabi Sands, South Africa. Well, good afternoon everybody. My name is Cedric, and behind the camera with me on Rusty we've got Johan. So thank you for joining. It is a windy afternoon. It is a little bit cloudy, partly cloudy, it's windy, it's quite windy, so I do apologize if you do get some wind noise in my mic. I'm going to try and keep my head down out of the wind for now. But look, you can see all the clouds and around Djuma, or around Gowrie Dam at the moment. And then right in the background we've got that beautiful, I like that woolly neck stork. That was the main thing I was actually looking at. I love the woolly neck stork. But as you can see, it is live, an interactive show. So if you've got any comments or questions that you want to send through to us, or even suggestions, if you are watching on the WildEarth app or the website, make sure that you do register with us, which is very simple, and you can send them through. Joining us this afternoon on Wendy, we're going to have Lauren and Odie. Up in Pridelands, Chris and Gert, all the way in Madikwe in the northwest. We have Andrew and Muscles Paul. But you can see even the water, you can see the ripples on the water. So as I said, this afternoon is quite a gusty afternoon, and I'm going to try and stay out of the wind as much as possible, because it is quite a cold wind. Feels like a little bit of a front that just hit us now this afternoon. Pamela Blue, sorry, I think I've got that right, Pamela Blue. Yes, Pamela Blue, I also can't wait to see what we've got in store for this afternoon. My plan of action from Gowrie Dam, from here, I'm going to head over towards where Lauren left Mohawk, that male lion. It's not too far from the dam area. And we're going to try and follow up on him just to see what's happened. Maybe he's moved, maybe he went towards those buffaloes that we had this morning as well. Very possible. It has been quite a cool day, cloudy day, but we shall see very shortly. But for now, it's nice to see a woolly neck stork around this area. I love the woolly neck stork. Johan and myself, we had one at Baobab Dam a couple of days ago, which was quite nice, quite far, but it was quite nice just to see it again. And I remembered Tess and Ben, they had quite a few woolly neck storks. I think about 15 of them around Buffelshoek Dam, one of the dams here in Djuma, last year, which was a fantastic sighting. You can imagine having 15 woolly neck storks around. But yeah, they migrate from pretty much waterhole to waterhole. It depends on the availability of food around in that area and how big the dam is, and of course if it's a little bit shallow and all that, like Buffelshoek Dam was last year, then you'll find that these birds will congregate around those shallow pools. Sorry Tadiwe, my earpiece got blown out due to this very gusty afternoon. Can you go with that comms again, or the comment please? Mallory, good afternoon to you too. Thanks for joining us. Yes, it looks like a Garden of Eden with the Egyptian geese, with the woolly neck stork, with those two female Nyalas, and with the, of course, big hippopotamus. You can take a look at that hippo in the water. A nice hippopotamus. You can take a look at that hippo in the water. As you can see, that hippo as well is not really too bothered to, having his back exposed outside the water on a cold, not cold day, but a non-sunny day, a cloudy day. So he's not too bothered about that, but he is fast asleep. He's not moving from that spot. It's perfect for them. But yes, while we're going to continue looking around for Mahawk, let's go and take a look at the weather today.
Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to the other half of the Djuma team. This is Team Rusty, of course, and we're just looking at all the impalas and zebras right on quarantine, right in front of our camp. In fact, right where all the drama happened this morning. If you weren't watching this morning, it was chaos with the Djuma clan. Good afternoon, my name is Lauren. I have Owen on camera. That's his thumb. And yes, the impala were making some interesting noises. However, I don't think it was an alarm call or alarm calls. I think they're spooked. The wind is picked up. Cedric is dressed like it is summer, and it is really not. It's really cold today. I think I'm going to be putting on my next layer very soon. This is the same zebra herd that we've been seeing. Do you see this one on the far right, Owen? You've got it. You see it's got a dirty mark on its bum. Of course. It's actually got one on either side, on either cheek, if you like. And I saw this one a few days ago. So it's been the same herd. Conclusively, we can say it's the same herd that's roaming around, especially on our open area, which is called quarantine. Now, recap of the morning. We had huge technical problems this morning, but we had an amazing drive with the Djuma clan. And it's really fascinating to think of the possibility that things might be changing in the Djuma clan. Hart, Swazi and Ndebele were a little gang this morning, acting very dominant. I don't know if they were just on territorial patrol, but they ended up running right into Arathusa, and that's a property to the west of us that we can't traverse. So we had to let them go, but I'm sure you guys already know that I'm going to say I will be checking the hyena den today. Amanda, yes, zebra on Djuma, what a treat. They've been here for a few days now, and it's definitely the same herd. And of course this open area is it's perfect. They were here last night as well, and they've been here all day today. I love having them around. I wish they would never go, but of course they do move great distances, zebra. We don't always have them on our property. I think it's the wind that's spooking them. The impalas are acting or maybe even this morning, maybe there has been a predator. There definitely was a Djuma clan. My gut is telling me things are shifting with the clan, but as you know, I try not to speculate, and we don't see the whole clan enough, so I can't conclusively say that, but my gut is telling me things are changing. And remember, change is very normal out here. Change is the only constant. I think, to be honest, the views of the zebras and the impalas is not so good. I do think we are going to start our bumble. Jason, zebras do have a strong bite force. It's definitely not one of the strongest in the animal kingdom. They do have a really powerful bite, and it's quite nasty what they can actually do with that bite to each other. But I don't believe it's one of the strongest. I mean, hyenas, on the other hand, that's definitely one of the strongest. But I don't think zebras rank right up there in terms of bite force. It's also very difficult to measure, but there is a sort of bite force chart where you can look at which animals have the strongest. I'm not entirely sure zebras rank right up there, but yes, they do have a powerful bite. I mentioned this a lot, but one of my most awful sightings was on Torchwood with 2 zebras, and it was 2 males, 2 stallions. And one male just bit the other one under the tummy at the softest, most vulnerable part and ripped it open. Okay, the rest is history. It's not nice. But they've got powerful bites and powerful kicks, just like a horse. Now, obviously, we had technical difficulties this morning, but it was also an incredible morning in terms of sightings. Buffalo on the property, Mohawk on the property, the Juma clan. So I think it's going to be a really good afternoon. It's cold, it's windy, it's blustery. Animals are going to be moving for sure. I just want to get to the day, and I'm not saying it'll be active, I have no idea, but we've got to try. Kelvin, I am desperate to dig into the clan. Desperate. They came right up to the car this morning. Some of them, yes, a bit too much. They're not cubs anymore, guys. But I'm desperate to dive in. I've got about 2 weeks left here, and I really want to do my best to try and get an understanding of the clan for you all, and of course for myself. But Hart's acting very dominant. But Hart has always been high ranked, and Corky wasn't there. So let's just see what's going on. But there's a big chance that things could be changing. And we saw Corks yesterday? Yes, yesterday. She's an old girl. At some point she will have to step down. So I'm going to head straight there and see if I can get lucky. And I really do just need to catch up with Ribbon. If I leave and not see Ribbon, it's going to be terribly sad. I ran around here this afternoon, so I didn't see any fresh tracks, but it's always worth just checking again. Negative. Okay, off to the hyena den we go. AFC just confirm we're still live. Okay, you are still with us. Don't know what happened there, but nothing has changed since 2 seconds ago. We're still on our way to the hyena den. Bird in tree. Don't know which bird yet. Need my binos. It's in the marula. Do you see it on? Might be a juvenile harrier hawk. They look completely different from the adults. Very similar to battle ears. They just do not look like the adults. But I just need to get a better view. Look at you. What a stunning bird.
Attention all nature enthusiasts and budding safari rangers. Get ready for an epic showdown in the wild. From July 30th to August 1st, witness our skilled rangers competing head-to-head, racing to identify the most animal species. Only one will be crowned king or queen of the ranger race. Don't miss your chance to be part of this thrilling adventure. Jump on board and join the race.
Heart is pumping right now.
Okay, I'll go this way. It's so tough sometimes to decide which road to take. Just taking the one wrong road can make a big difference to finding animals. Justin, I mean, I think it's very personal. I think different people will have different challenges with birding. But I think it would be safe to say that they move, they're fast, they're small, they fly. They don't just stay still. It's not just a case of an antelope. You can bring up your binos and say, ah, yes, that's an Inyala. No, they fly, they move, they go into trees, and you don't always get good views. So I think most people would agree on that, but I do think the challenges are personal. They're just flighty. Haha, pardon the pun. And therefore it can be really difficult. There's lots of birds that look the same, and there's lots of birds, juveniles, that look different from the adults, just like our harrier hawk.
Hello everybody, and a very warm welcome to everybody from Madikwe Game Reserve. I hope you're all doing very well today. We're starting off with a very unusual sighting of two water monitors busy mating at the moment. Good afternoon everybody, my name's Andrew, and that is Mr. Mpo, who's behind the camera this afternoon. Hope everybody is laka and ready for a good safari with us. Cool, let's have a look here. I must apologize firstly, there is a manhole over there, so a concrete structure, and these water monitors seem to be living in there. But yeah, we've been watching them for a period of time mating, which was, yeah, it's quite cool to watch. It's a very nice warm sunny afternoon, so this is why you're finding some of the reptiles are becoming quite active now. Even in environments like Madikwe Game Reserve, where it gets cold during the winter, it's still not cold enough for reptiles to go into full hibernation. So they just go in a slight inactive state out here, and then on a nice warm sunny afternoon like today, you're going to find those reptiles are going to come out. Some of the snakes that might be on the road, and in case of this, we have 2 water monitors that have taken the opportunity to do some mating. Now, the other day, we actually had an incident where just after I did a segment at Chukuru Dam, one of these water monitors, not this particular one, but a similar one, tried to go underneath the vehicle of the car, underneath the chassis. Yeah, Cami, thank you very much. Yeah, unbelievable sighting. This is a nice sighting. It's unusual, and that's what I like about it. And let me tell you, the bush or nature, it's full of unusual sightings. And this is definitely one of them. And we were very, very lucky at Amakala to see puff adders mating, which was very different to watch, only my very second time ever seeing it, but not with water monitors and rock monitors. I've seen them mating quite a bit. Oh, Mr. Mpo, there's an elephant up there. Check it out. An elephant just surprised us. Look at that. Nice big elephant bull. Just had water and now he's walking off. Really glad we came up this way, and we didn't just come here for no reason. The lioness that we saw this morning with cubs, and what a view it was. We saw them go into the block of land not far from here, so we're actually just zigzagging some of the roads here just to see if she's not lying down still somewhere in here, which she is definitely. And it's nice we came this way because we saw the water monitors, and we also saw this elephant bull that's walking away. What a start to an afternoon. And this is my introduction. This is our introduction. How cool is that for the afternoon? Daniela, the best kind of surprise, and it really was a surprise. You know, going into the bush on a safari is like, and I often use this term, is like opening a Christmas present. So when you get on the vehicle, you get all excited because you don't know what you're going to get, and then you go out into the bush, and then you slowly undo the wrapper until you start getting surprises inside. Wonderful surprises. It's always a wonderful surprise. Beautiful. He is really just moving along there. Mr. Mpo, looks like these water monitors are getting active again. Yo. So sometimes you'll find that when water monitors mate, they'll often wrap their tails around each other, and their tails are incredibly strong. It's a very powerful appendage on their body. Not only is it good for swimming, it's good for holding on for mating, and it's also good for defending itself. If you get whipped by this animal in the face, I promise you now, it's like getting smacked in your face by a sjambok. Wandile, yeah, I'm still figuring it out. I'm watching it now. So there's definitely going to be some sort of a courtship ritual, I'm sure. And then once she accepts him, yeah, she's going to climb on top of her, I suppose. And sometimes wrap his tail. I have seen that, wrap the tail around the partner. And just hold on. And yeah, hold on for quite some time. I mean, this could take sometimes up to a few hours. But at the most part, it's as short as it can be, because ultimately they're very vulnerable as they stand over here. Yes, they're right next to the hole over there, and they've chosen a good spot to mate. Just in case there's danger, choop into the hole, gone. End of story. But it still puts them in a vulnerable state. There are raptors out here. There are leopards out here, and lions. They will go for these animals. This is a meal, believe it or not. Looks like the one is falling asleep now, so they're just hanging on to each other. Very unusual. So yeah, I mentioned if you get smacked by one of these, it's like getting smacked by a sjambok. So sjambok is what we call a whip in South Africa. And traditionally, a sjambok was used to whip slaves back in the day. That's where the sjambok came about. And their tails, wow, they can whip. And during fights, they slap each other. They really do slap each other with those tails. Alright, so I'm really glad we saw this. So yeah, let's head off to Lauren in the meantime. Let's see what she's got going there.
The zebra decided to hang around, and it looks like the giraffe have too. Now, we haven't got the best visual, but there's a really small one, a little calf. I'm wondering if we just round the corner, or maybe we'll get a view of it. Is that it, Owen? Is that the one?
That is the one there. Yeah.
There's a really small one and then a small one. I think that might be the small one. It's lovely to have them on Juma. The tide has turned, as Cedric and I knew it would. You just have to make your way through the days where it's quiet and eat up your own frustrations. Yeah, there's a big male there. He must be trailing all the females. And you know, giraffes are moving randomly, but they're also not. Giraffes can detect the distress signals in trees. Because when they chew acacia leaf, oh wow, we're not even looking at, oh, he's coming out. When they're chewing the acacia leaves particularly, the tree notices that injury. It knows it's being chewed, and it emits a distress signal in the form of ethylene gas. Now, this gas obviously disperses into the air and travels with the wind. And upon detecting the gas, other trees, neighbouring acacias, start to pump tannins into their leaves. And tannins make the leaves really bitter, nasty tasting, and actually too much tannin can kill a herbivore, especially in winter. So giraffes are actually aware of this. They know the trees are talking. We've only just realised this. Trees are talking through electrical signals, through the wood wide web, and through all sorts of distress signals. Just like an animal emits distress signals. So, because giraffes have evolved and coexisted alongside acacias, they actually browse into the wind. So it's very windy today. We've already told you that. The wind feels like it's sort of coming from north to south, and the giraffes are walking north. They're browsing into the wind, and that's to try and be ahead of the game, be ahead of the trees. The trees will emit the ethylene gas, which is a signal, but that's going to travel with the wind, so that's going to go downwind. So if the giraffes walk into the wind, then they're ahead of the game. Those trees ahead of the wind are not going to have picked up on the distress signal. Isn't that amazing? I think I can go forward, Dawn, sorry. I think we can get a better view. We've only just sort of begun to realise all these things about chemical communication, electrical signals, and the trees are basically talking completely to one another all the time. The giraffes knew. They can obviously detect the ethylene gas. Here we go. So they obviously know, these trees are talking to each other. This is not good. We want the delicious leaves that don't have the tannins in them. So let's browse into the wind's coming this way, and the giraffes are walking this way. It's remarkable. Coexistence. I think we're going to sit with these giraffes a little bit longer.
Hi, my name is Claire. WildEarth has been part of this home for many years as it connects us to the bush and the culture that we love and miss so much. I became an explorer so that other people around the world can get to experience the African bush in this unique way as well. I am beyond excited that I was drawn to win the prize at Ambakala Game Reserve for 3 nights. It is truly a dream come true.
Sign up today and you could be the one experiencing it for yourself.
Luckily our giraffes are all here. And just going back to that tree communication thing, isn't it just phenomenal how trees have just transformed in front of our eyes with recent, semi-recent science? If trees are detecting scents through their leaves, as chemoreception, does it quantify as a sense of smell? They're smelling, right? They're detecting. They're analyzing scents, and they can interpret it and behave accordingly. What about a sense of taste? There's a really good example, and it's with elms and pines. When they actually come under attack from leaf-eating caterpillars, they detect immediately the caterpillar's saliva. There's a big male here on. And just the tree right here. Owen, 10 o'clock. Immediately they detect the caterpillar's saliva and they release pheromones immediately. It's an immediate response, and these pheromones attract parasitic wasps. So the parasitic wasps detect the pheromones. They've got chemoreceptors of their own. They detect these pheromones and they're attracted to the tree immediately. These wasps then lay their eggs inside the caterpillars that are eating the leaves. The wasp larvae then eats the caterpillars from the inside out. It's not very nice. It's very parasitic. But wow. Can you believe what the trees did? Oh my goodness, we're under attack from the leaf-eating caterpillars. The caterpillars are eating all our leaves. We need to signal for the wasps. We need the wasps to come right now. So the trees release that pheromone. They know the wasps will respond, and what happens is the wasps come immediately because they know they can lay their eggs inside the caterpillar, and eventually the caterpillar is going to die and stop eating all the leaves. So is that a sense of taste? Just throwing it out there. It's really not nice for the caterpillars, I know that, but hey, it's amazing for the trees. Plate Smasher, you're asking, can trees transmit something? Pain. Well, pain is a huge topic on its own, Plate Smasher. I don't think we're at that level where we can say if trees experience pain. I don't. Pain is very subjective. It's difficult to analyse across the animal kingdom. But one remarkable example which might help this, Plate Smasher, is it's a really recent study, and it shows that a tree is very aware of the taste of deer saliva. So when a deer is biting the branch, the tree immediately responds by bringing in defending chemicals to make the leaves taste bad. So immediately that leaf that the deer is eating, this is delicious. And then all of a sudden, this is horrible, I'm going to stop eating this. But that very same tree, under experiment, when a human breaks the branch with their hands, the tree knows it's not a deer. It knows the difference. It knows it's just damage and not intentional damage, although it is intentional for the study. It's an accident. The branch is broken. So instead of pumping in those defending chemicals, the tree actually brings in substances to heal the wound. So Plate Smasher, I don't know if I can say they feel pain, but wow. They bring in healing chemicals to heal the wound on that branch that has been broken. Yet if it's a deer, they don't. They can completely tell the difference. They know when there's a wound. They know when there's been damage. So as for pain, well, that is a whole other topic. And again, I get all these examples from the book that I regularly reference, The Hidden Life of Trees. And it is by Peter Wolleben. And he's remarkable. He used to cut down trees. He used to be a forester. And then all of a sudden he started to see things and feel things and realize things and think, hold on a minute. Something huge is at play here. Trees are not these disconnected loners that we once thought they were, that are competing and fighting. No, they're not. It's amazing. His work is truly amazing. I would recommend that book if you are into trees. If you're not into trees, then maybe not. But Plate Smasher, I couldn't say yes, I couldn't say no, but I think that example highlights quite a lot. Trees are way more alert, social, sophisticated, intelligent than we thought. And I think there's a whole other world that we have to discover. Eagle lover, thank you so much. I think I've let all the giraffes disappear, though I was so deep in my conversation that the giraffes have just, oh no, here we go. No, I really enjoy these things because I think it's new science. It's really thought-provoking and it changes your perspective. When I was at school, I was definitely taught that trees, very isolated manner, speaking about trees, not about the interconnectivity and the sort of role they play, and you're taught that they compete, they're always fighting for food, water, light, and really couldn't be further from the truth. And I'm sure there's so much more to learn. They've discovered that the trees are sending electrical signals in that wood wide web. And this is, again, very recent science, so it's also not fully understood what are they using these signals for and what are they actually communicating. But they're communicating. It's a crackling noise, apparently, and it's at a frequency of about 220 hertz, so it's completely inaudible to humans. But they're communicating underground electrical signals. They're sharing nutrients and water and all the goodness underground. But they're also communicating through the air, sense, taste, smell. They're constantly communicating. And the voltage-based signaling system that they've discovered in the Wood Wide Web is actually not, it's strikingly similar to animal nervous systems. Now, I'm not saying that trees have neurons or a brain, but the signals that they emit and the frequency is very similar to an animal's nervous system, which, wow. Wow, 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 where do you go with that? Oh, and I'm going to be a little bit kind to you and move forward so that you can get a giraffe that maybe isn't behind all these trees. I think... Okay, Wendy, you just scared away all the giraffes. It was not an ideal way to start the car. Okay, here's a small female here. I think she's female. Aiden, you love the... Sorry, I missed that. The car was having a meltdown. Yes, it's a young female. Aiden, you love that everything can communicate. Of course, everything can communicate. And you know, for a long time, humans just believe that we are the main communicators because we've developed language and we've been very good at language. How many languages do we have in the world? I don't even know that figure. And we have different dialects, and because we can string words together to make sentences and paragraphs, we assume that we are the best communicators. But actually, there are so many methods of communication that we are not aware of at all. And I mean, it goes back to that example of Vicky the chimp, when we were trying to teach them sign language. You know, no, we're trying to teach them words, sorry. And they were not understanding because, of course, they're not verbal. It was the wrong experiment on the wrong animal. But on that note, we're going to send you guys over to Tess.
Well, good afternoon, everybody, and I'm happy to announce that Brightlands is back live. And the main reason why you have not seen us for the last drive or two is the fact that Gerrit was on site and he was rebuilding our entire seating arrangement in the back. He's done a great job. And we are out and about this afternoon, and we are starting off with some giraffe. And sorry, I'm just trying to move around a bit. Anyway, my name is Chris, and as I mentioned, Gerrit is also with me in order to test his new sort of made rig. And our plan this afternoon, we're just going to go around, drive around, and see what we can find, like these giraffes. Other than that, I am near certain that we will probably see some elephants somewhere around. And this morning there was also some lions that was calling somewhere north of the camp. So there's a whole bunch of things to look forward to this afternoon. For now, we're looking at this journey of giraffe. Hello there, Kimberly. I've missed all of you as well. Kimberly just mentions that they missed us. Well, I'm delighted that I could be reunited with old Gerrit Burger as well. I haven't been working with Gerrit since probably August last year, I think. Probably close to a year now that we've... So Johan, obviously, as you know, has moved in the interim just to Djuma, and Gerrit just remained here to make sure that all our adaptations and things that is built here in the back is 100% functional. So we're doing a bit of a live test run on these, on a whole new... We even have a new camera podium, the works.
How much do you know about what it takes to become a safari guide? How much do you know about being a game ranger? In celebration of World Ranger Day, we are hosting a fireside chat. Come along for some interesting discussions with our naturalists and special guests. From game drives to bushwalks and everything in between, we're unpacking how to become a safari guide. WildEarth, it's in your nature.
Well, there's still one more giraffe. The others have moved away. Just one hiding in the Tamboti thicket there. And for our new viewers, Tamboti is a type of tree that we find here. That one you see in the foreground, it's a bit blurred obviously, but that very dark sort of bark and these beautiful bright green leaves. And it's actually a toxic tree as well. It contains a whole bunch of toxins. But giraffes do consume the leaves on occasion. And even porcupine consumes the bark close to the base of the tree very, very often.
All right, very interesting. I've got female leopard tracks in the Mulwati here at Spaghetti Crossing, but going up the Mulwati, exactly where I'm going now, I'm sure for Klalamba, going back and forth, up and down in this drainage line. Very fresh tracks, and I feel that she might be around here somewhere. So we just have to keep our eyes peeled. The last beautiful tracks is coming straight north, and I am just going slowly here in the Mulwati, just to see, maybe she might be lying around here. I'm holding thumbs, crossing fingers that we might find this leopardess. I'm really keeping an eye now because it was so fresh. The tracks it was still steaming. All right, it's some area that we haven't driven for a very long time. Cecilia for sure. Tlelaba would be a fantastic treat. I think that's exactly who's moving through here. And I know that she used to come quite a bit here when she had her 2 cubs. She used to move quite a bit. So I am just going to keep my eyes peeled and hoping that I'm not going to miss anything here. I know it gets a little bit hair raising here because we haven't driven this drainage line since the big rains. So now I'm pretty much like those old female buffaloes. They call them the pathfinders, and I'm finding a path through this area, this section, to see if we can make a little pathway on this inner Mulwati. And oh, we used to go up here. Is a huge bank now. I might be, yeah, well, let's try here. Anyway, while we're going to continue with this, let's head over to Andrew as he's got some elephants. Sorry, I thought I saw something there.
Thanks, Cedric. Good luck on your side. We've just got to Chukuru Dam, and just before the dam, we've actually managed to find such a nice little family group of elephant. I'm not sure if you can hear that, but there's a lot of communication happening. Very interesting the way they communicate. It's amazing. I think for the very first time when people heard elephants communicating, they probably thought that the elephants were growling at them, because that's what it sounds like. It sounds like a growl, this grrr sound. But then later on realized that elephants, they make those sounds to communicate. And then furthermore, they realized that the elephants are picking up the sounds through the vibrations of their feet. Imagine that, eh? Imagine communicating in that way. There we go, just walking a little bit. Jam, I don't think they're in any particular hurry at the moment. There's quite a lot of resources around this dam, and they're not too far from the water, which is just, yeah. So life is good for an elephant now. Wonderful, really nice. Nice warm afternoon, perfect for the elephants. Maybe even enough so that they'll do some mud wallowing at some of the dams. Yeah, it was the afternoon sunset drive that we saw the elephant bull right up in the north in the water, busy mud bathing. Yeah, also in the afternoon, so it's very likely that elephants will be doing it today. That'll be cool to see. We have actually got quite a cool plan this afternoon. We've decided to go to the far western part of the reserve, so not quite Clo Dam, a little bit north of Clo Dam, which is going to be quite a nice thing to do, because this morning apparently they found 2 male cheetahs there, a coalition of 2 male cheetahs. So we haven't been able to show you that at all. So we are going for it this afternoon. Hopefully they'll be in this area. Tristan, I know it's an amazing sound to hear. It really is, and you often see the ears of other elephants suddenly start perking up and they lift their heads and they really are listening. But yeah, sometimes you'll most of the time miss it. That's how low those pitches are. So they're communicating all the time. Sometimes we can hear it and we understand that they're communicating. Other times we will have no clue actually. They could be talking right now. Probably also on a safari, watching the humans, watching them. Very cool. Yeah, Mr. Mpho?
Is it possible this passage here?
Yes, let's try it. Alright, so we're just going to start the vehicle. This should be doable. Pretty cool. We're going to have the sun in our faces. I hope it doesn't cause a little bit of glare there. Alright, let's see what we can go. Which passage are you talking about? This one? Yeah, that should be able to work. We're just going to turn the nose just a little bit. Oh, and boy, this is going to be a tough one, but let's make it happen. I'm just going to just touch this bush over here. Is that good, Paul?
Yeah.
Okay. Let's give them a few moments. They'll probably come walking into the open here. Now, all these open parts that you're seeing here is actually created by the elephants. Oh, Lauren's managed to find some hyenas this afternoon, so let's head off there while we head on to the west.
Look who we have. Perfect moment with mom and son. June and Junebug. They're here at the den. Just chilling as if there was no chaos this morning. Nothing that they need to worry about. They're in their own little baby moon bubble. It's all very calm. June's probably very happy about that because, well, the cub can be a bit of a handful sometimes. Jumping on our head, eating our lips, yanking at our ears. It'd be so great if we got a really busy den, but I guess it's early days. It is only 3:30 here. But it's chilly. And I am thinking that it might get active earlier. Fascinating sighting this morning, and it all happened in our camp. Riley, yay! I know. The Dane is active. It's very calm, it's very subdued, but it's active. I just wonder why all the Juma clan drama happens in our camp. Why? I just need to see all the females together. But the buffalo are on Juma, and that's a good thing. I'm hoping to catch up with them a little bit later, unless Cedric does. And you never know, that might draw the lions on. They might kill something big on our property. And when they do, that will attract the Juma clan. It will. All the adults will arrive, and it'll just be fascinating to see the interactions between them. We're really lucky to see little Junebug every day. Every one of June's offspring has been Junebug, by the way. It's a very temporary nickname. And as I mentioned earlier, this little cub is believed to be a boy. They both popped their heads up when we arrived and then straight back down again. It's amazing how Dane-bound the mothers are. Juna's always here. She has to be. But the others, not so much. They visit because it's a communal site. But they don't need to be Dane-bound. They don't have any responsibilities here. So they'll come to socialize and interact, but then they'll be on their way. So I think it's safe to say we'll be staying here a little bit longer.
Do you sometimes imagine what WildEarth would be like without adverts? A chance to properly immerse yourself in nature without any interruptions. Sign up to be an explorer for a small monthly fee and you can truly escape into the wilderness. Ad-free viewing is now available on our app as well as on our website. WildEarth. It's in your nature.
Alright, no, we're not going to get time to track. So I'm going to move on. Let's see what else we can find. Maybe lucky and bumping into somewhere. Maybe that will be the only luck. Australia's very likely. That's why she's in this drainage. And I didn't see just one set of tracks. I saw her tracks. There was about 3 sets of tracks going in, out, and in again. So it's like she was there, she went in, she came out, and then she went in again. So that's at the in the Mulwati there at Spaghetti Crossing. So that's why I'm gonna. I did go a little bit up the Mulwati area, but it's unfortunately we hit a dead end there. Alright, so what I'm going to do, I'm going to shoot towards Gurry Dam. I'm going to go around Gurry Dam. I'm going to go towards Twin Dams Road. There is those big jackalberries. There's those couple of mud wallows around there. I'm going to go and take a look in that area, in that vicinity, to see if we are fortunate in getting this this female leopard, which would be amazing, and just to kind of catch up with her.
Good luck, Cedric. These leopards have been getting us going round in circles, that's for sure. But at least we've got the spots right in front of us. And one without spots. One that's just getting their spots. But oh my goodness, we're getting curious, we're getting brave. We're getting bold. I love this stage in a hyena development. I think we're so lucky that we get to see these animals, because dens can sometimes be really tricky to access, really secretive. Sometimes we never find them. But with the Juma clan, I think we've been really lucky, and they're always accessible. All the hyenas are very habituated, and we've managed to follow cubs from a day old. It's quite remarkable if you think about it. Will they ever den on Juma again? Who knows? I think they have shifted their territory a little bit down south. But that may change. They may bounce north again. But every time I come back to Juma after stints away, I can see the changes in the animal movements and how animals have just shifted. And it's definitely the communal den. We've seen lots of hyenas here, including corks. Swaz has been here regularly. So they are more high-ranked hyenas than June herself, but they're still spending time in the den. It's still a communal area. You got to keep up with your clan, literally. Oh, Bianca, that is a very, very deep question. I want to say it's generally an overthrow, but we don't always know that. But it does involve a lot of aggression. So let's just use the example of Corky and Ribbon. Corky was matriarch. She was injured. She wasn't doing so good. So there's a large possibility in the world of hyenas, she maybe wasn't doing a good job at being matriarch. So somehow Ribbon saw this. Ribbon knew it's now or never. Gathered a bit of an army. Probably started changing her behaviour long before that. Challenging Corky. Corky probably knew it was coming. And then it came. And it came inside our camp. Literally never heard or seen anything like it. And Ribbon challenged her, and it's with aggression. So with hyenas, a lot of it is done on a behavioural level. You don't have the genes for a matriarch, or you're not sort of born always destined to be the matriarch. Yes, you're born into a high rank. But it's mostly down to behavioural level. And Ribbon obviously started acting very aggressive, got other hyenas to bow down to her, and lo and behold, she became the matriarch. But there's also lots of examples now of when it's not been so much of an overthrow, but also a handover rather than a takeover. And the female I think it is so complex, their hierarchy. And in order to maintain your position, you've got to continue to act dominant. You let that slip, like Corky might have, then someone else is going to take their chance. Everyone wants to be the top. That's where all the benefits lie. Oh, hello. You're a boy. You have a very different life ahead of you. Okay, as our little one gets up, we're going to send you guys to Cedric, who I think has found the buffalo.
Thank you, Lauren. Yeah, we got the herd of buffalo, the Cape buffalo, the same herd that we had this morning. They just came onto Central, yeah, Giraffe Crossing. So we are actually just east of Gowrie Dam. And that's exactly where that female leopard tracks is heading towards Gowrie Dam. This herd of buffaloes are heading towards Gowrie Dam. So where is Rusty going to go? Gowrie Dam. A whole lot of them already crossed. We're just getting the tail end now. There was a whole lot of them that's already crossed over there. Oh, look at the little one. He's going to join some of them. Go join them. Of course, the lion tracks, we've got a pride of lion tracks on Neala South as well. So a pride, not just for one. The male lion came down this road on Central, went east. Of course, the male that Lauren had this morning, and might have joined up with the rest of the pride. I'm not too sure, but it looked like I had a pride of lion tracks, and maybe they're busy following these buffaloes. But let's wait and see. I just want to get to Gurry Dam, but I can't. Unfortunately, I've got some. It's called a. Oh, look at them chasing. They're running. Did you see that, Tim? They're very uneasy at the moment. These buffaloes, very uneasy. Since we got here, it seems like they are a little bit nervous and agitated by something. Maybe they bumped into those lions. I'm not too sure, but we'll keep eyes on. Oof, look at that male there, Johan. Beautiful boy. Look at those horns. Oh my word. Well, clearly I do not want to have another buffalo ramming Rusty, so I will just enjoy my time where I am sitting at the moment. But I'm going to head straight to Gurry Dam, because that's where they're going. Move! Come on. I want to get to Gurry Dam. I want to see them approach Gurry Dam. Move! He's looking at me thinking, But you can see typical that display, the head up like that, sniffing the air. Tricky. Oh, Pixie. Pixie, yeah, thank you. Yeah, nice finding a herd of buffalo. Very easy. It's a herd of buffalo, so a lot of tracks, always noisy. But let's try and get to Gurry Dam. Yeah, let's go. Let's head towards Gurry Dam. Let's see if we can get them while they approach the dam area. Nice. Okay, we've got still 2 males here. That's like kind of hello boys. Yes, you're gonna join the rest of the herd. You can go forward. You're more than welcome. Go forward. Why are they? Yeah, forward. Huh? He's like, he doesn't want to go, then he wants to go. Alright, looks like they're heading that side. Alright, let's go. Let's go, Jon. Let's get there. Get there before the buffaloes do. I think they might even already be there. I think they were running just now. Always nice having a herd of buffaloes on the property. The big reason for that is, of course, they attract predators. So like lions, they will bring lions on. And so you'll find something like those lion prides that will follow these herds of buffalo. I think they just went static. Sorry, I just saw a head pop up here. I just want to see it look like a cat. No. I know it's a termite mound.
Those sounds just go straight through you.
very nice and warm this afternoon. Paul, do you think this has been one of the warmer afternoons we've faced, eh?
Yeah.
Yeah, and another day as well, definitely warm. But yeah, we face some afternoons where we go out with sometimes even trips. And yeah, if you do go on a safari, or you're that type of a person that only needs one jacket when it's very cold, some people are like that, I would advise you always remember to double layer. Bring 2 layers for your safaris, especially when you go on the safari. What's nice is the lodges out here, especially for the guests that go on the safaris, they do provide you with some nice warm blankets or ponchos, depends on their style. Very nice. Yeah, Tapestry Quarry, that's the area we're going to be heading towards this afternoon. So, we haven't even been there. I've never seen it. I wonder if Lauren has seen it, because she spent quite a few stints out here at Madikwe. So I'm pretty sure she's been up there.
Our little boy here just cannot sit still. It's not the best views. Oh, and what do you think if I go forward a little bit? I also like to give them space when we're out the day, and he is moving a lot. He's now annoying Mom. Mom, wake up. It's going to be really interesting to see what happens with the Druma clan. I'm intrigued. But when you've got a clan with all these females, all these strong adult females who want to be at the top, you're always going to have disputes, you're always going to have challenges. And we did see Swazi and Isabelle's cub. Yes, the other day, and Swazi was lovely, lovely to this little one. They're not aggressive with the small ones. They love the little ones. The females here are very obviously maternal. Even Intima just wanted to play with this little cub. The adults don't have to worry about the other adults being aggressive to the cub.
Good afternoon, all stations. To anyone mobile line, Druma.
It's so sweet. It's nice when the sun comes out. It's actually nice to sit and relax, especially after our very hectic morning. And it really was that. Mac, we've had this comment a few times, and I mean, I don't know whether it's tough or not, but the cub will definitely not get that social interaction. And I think it would also benefit June a lot as well if there were other cubs. They can all occupy each other, play, fight, toss and tumble. Keep each other occupied. And other cubs might come along. And Tima possibly. As soon as a mom gives birth, she'll stay with the cub for about, give or take, 4 weeks in a natal den, but then bring them to the communal den. And I think this would be this little boy's happiest day. So, I don't know if it's tough. He still interacts with all of the clan. He's still safe in the den, but that social aspect is definitely lacking. When you've got lots of cubs, they can all just entertain each other. What is it? You're just the cutest thing. I've got a photo of Novella at this age, and looks just like Novella. Well, that's a nice sleeping spot. Giving your mom some peace. And something's telling me you're not going to sleep. Mm-hmm. I wonder if any other clan members will arrive today. Deep breath in. I hope I got that right. Very good question. And some hyenas can give birth at the entrance and literally just deposit the brand new cub straight into the den because they're so vulnerable. And it's quite a traumatic experience for the mom as well. I don't know if it's traumatic, but it's difficult. It's a very narrow birth canal. It's about 1 inch. And there's about a 90-degree bend in the birth canal. And of course, there's the pseudopenis, which is long, that the cubs need to get out of. So very often one cub will die during the birthing process. So I think it's quite a difficult one. And the cubs aren't born weak. They do need to be stashed in a den. So very often the mother will give birth right next to the den in order to get those cubs inside as quickly as possible. If you're going to give birth sort of in the middle of nowhere and you've still got to walk to a den, then you can only carry one cub at a time. And imagine you have to leave one, put one in the den, and then come back. That cub is completely exposed and vulnerable. So normally they give birth at the dens. Hyena birth, I think that would be so remarkable to see. Oh, I wish those sticks were not there. So I'm going to sit here a little bit longer, naturally hoping that other clan members join. But for now, back over to the buffalo.
Nice, Lauren. It's nice to have those hyenas. Well, the excitement, I got excited a little bit earlier, thinking that this herd of Cape buffalo are going to head straight towards the dam. They are still busy moving. There's still two ones to the right. There's some that's just going to lie down now. But the movement is, two of them are just starting to relax a little bit. So we are about maybe 100 meters from Gowrie Dam, and the general direction is still straight towards the water. So we're just gonna give it a bit of time just to see if they're not gonna continue moving, because I'd always love the excitement of buffaloes when they realize there's water and they like start stampeding towards the dam, and it always creates a beautiful scene with the dust just billowing out from behind them, and it is quite magical. But for now, a lot of them are just moving onto this like real open clearing next to the road, or on the road. We will see very shortly what's going to be their plan of action. But so much has been happening around this area, not far from Gowrie Dam. Lion tracks further east from these buffaloes. Looked like a female leopard tracks, well, it was a female leopard tracks coming up the Mulawati in this drainage line towards this dam. very, very fresh tracks. I'm sure she's not too far from this area. So we are just going to hang back a little bit here and just enjoy these buffaloes. As I say, always let things play out. But yeah, it looks like some of them are starting to move towards the dam area. So I think it is going to end up being, they might end up at the dam in the next, say, 23 minutes and 20 seconds. Yes. Let's see. Trying to time it right here. I don't think they want to go in the drainage line towards the dam wall, because then they have to go up the dam wall. So Frankie, the hardest thing about tracking. Frankie, I find the hardest thing about tracking is if that animal decides to veer off the road, because the road is a nice sandy area. It's nice just to kind of leave the indentations of the paw, and it's a little bit easier to follow like that. But if that animal that you're busy tracking decides to go off or veer off the road into the grass, now when it goes into the grass, now what? You know, where, how? Now you have to not really look at the tracks anymore. Now you have to look at signs. The grass being pushed over, maybe some claw marks on a tree where that cat decided to sharpen its claws, things like that, you know. So yes, so most of the times when that does happen, that's where you lose the tracks. That's when you lose really the exact direction of that animal. So yeah, that is the toughest part of it, I think. It's nice to see them always on the road, yes. It's always nice to find their tracks on the road and follow the tracks on the road. That's when the exciting thing. Then you feel like when you go around the corner and you've got the tracks and you're going around the corner, you feel like, you can't wait when you go around the corner. Am I going to see that animal again? You know, there, is it going to be there now on the road or not? You know, so I love it. It's always so exciting. But look at these buffaloes. They are just moving towards us. Hello. A whole lot of them. Some youngsters there. Nice females. Of course, when these herds are pushing towards water holes, or you know, when they're leaving the areas, look at that right, young one on the far right hand side there, and there, look at that little one. So cute. Those ears are so big. It's like it just doesn't fit on his head. It's too big for his head. Cute.
Do you love relaxing at a waterhole with the sights and sounds of Africa all around you? Well, we have some really exciting news for you. From August 1st, Africam is joining forces with WildEarth to bring the majesty of Africa right into your living room with 9 incredible new waterhole cameras from across South Africa and Kenya. Get ready to embark on a new journey. This is Live at the Waterhole.
cannot decide what to do. Sleep, wander, play, annoy. Oh, look at June. I think it's obvious what June wants to do. Love it when hyenas do that. We can still see you, yes. We're just gonna sit down now. And it's sad, I believe, that Sutu has not been seen in a long time. That makes me a little sad. I always had a massive soft spot for Sutu. She never seemed to follow the herd, if you like. She just seemed to do her own thing. But I believe she's not been seen in a long time, which is rather sad. And this little boy is a late April baby, so 3 months. We're now at late July. Now, June herself was never particularly high ranked. She's the daughter of a hyena called Scarback, and it was believed that her mother was quite a low-ranking female, which means June would become a low-ranking female. But she's always held her own. She's always been that even keel in the clan. I always feel that June's always been very sure of her position. But as we watch this cuddle puddle, we're going to send you guys over to Chris.
Oh, such a pity. We had this lilac-breasted roller right next to us just now. And as is the case with a lot of birds out here, the moment you frame them up, they tend to move. But anyway, we still have a view of them. It's not as great as we had earlier, but it is a roller. One of my favorite birds. And those lovely colors that they have. A very common bird throughout most of the savannas and woodlands of Africa. In fact, those colors are just absolutely incredible. Interesting is that its sound is not as great. It's got this very coarse, like almost crow-like sound that they make. Often the birds that makes the most beautiful sounds are often not the colorful ones. Very often the colorful ones rely more on their colors than call, or rather to, impress the opposite gender. So this is our resident rollers. So obviously once summer starts, we will start seeing the European or Eurasian rollers. And it's a migratory roller that we'll see then in summer. Tasman mentions there. Hi there, Tasman. That this is your favorite. It's one of my favorite birds as well. It's not my ultimate favorite, but it is amongst my top 5. It's flying a bit now. So let's see, it's moved on a little bit there. It's perched on a branchlet over there. So I duck a little bit here. Yeah, it's right into the sun now. I think we're going to move on. I think the bird is now in a position where we can't really view it much. But for now, let's head over to Andrew at Madikwe. He's also doing some birding.
Awesome, thanks Chris. Yeah, cool sighting of a bird your side, and we've got a cool sighting of a bird our side. An ostrich, a common ostrich. Now, I want to pose a question to all of you. When you see an ostrich, and it comes to a person, one single person on this planet, who do you think of when you see ostrich? So, what your comments to come in, then I'll tell you who it reminds me of. Yeah, this ostrich, we haven't seen this ostrich in this area before. So it's nice to see this ostrich out here. Like I said, in the western part, it's a bit more arid that I've noticed, and also the northern part of Madikwe. So definitely see a bit more ostrich activity out there, but they're not nearly as common as the ostrich out in Amakala. Yeah, as we were sitting here, we actually heard one calling in the distance. You just hear this, ooh, it almost sounds like a lion. And yeah, I actually knew a field guide that got terribly confused. Didn't know the difference between ostrich and a lion contact calling. To this person, it sounded identical. But they do make a very similar sound to a lion trying to make a contact call. When you hear this, ooh, you hear this with ostrich, you hear this, ooh, ooh. Ooh. And you know, an ostrich is calling out in the distance. Now, it is very special, myself and Mpo, and we tried so hard to show you all, and it just didn't happen. But we watched a male ostrich do a beautiful dance for a female ostrich. Then she responded back with a beautiful of Clodam. They began to mate. Drive the vehicle around. We told the directors what was going on, and by the time we drove around, they had already finished and were on their feet. And it's something I've never seen. It's the first time for me. And it's very interesting to watch that ostrich display. Very beautiful. When you see him swaying his head from side to side, flashing his black and white wings up and down, trying to, really impress the lady. Now, when you see ostrich do it, it's coming from a human perspective, it's impressive. So you can imagine female ostriches, they must really enjoy it. Nice little show. Yeah, very busy animals, always picking up all sorts of things. Very omnivorous in diet, so yeah, arid areas, they always tend to find food because of the wide variety of food, from insects all the way to berries. And seeds, they seem to like a lot of seed. Aha, we've got some answers. So when we see ostrich, who do we think of? I know who I think of. Kimberly, that's very sweet. You think of your granny. I often think about my granny as well. That's very cool. It's nice to, I must say, as being a guide, I've seen animals that, oh, what's going to happen now? Okay. Toilet time. Yeah. So I've actually met I've seen a lot of animals that sometimes they remind me of people. So it's nice to see and remember our loved ones, or think of our loved ones through animals. I think that's very symbolic. I think we can all relate someone or ourselves to an animal. See, you think of supermodels of the way that they walk, nice and neatly, with the feet firmly on. That's pretty cool. That's a nice way of thinking of it. Now, they do walk very confidently, don't they? Just like models do. They walk of confidence. That's the whole thing. And with ostriches walking all over the show, but they've got such a nice structure of foot. It's a very simple foot. 2 toes, and then 1 toe, very well-formed claw. That's their defense, the claw and their grip. And when they're running through the open plains, for whatever reason, they have got grip with that claw. Makes the world of difference. And then in defense, wow, that nail is like a little horn. Sharp, sharp, sharp at the end.
Not everyone gets excited to hear a leopard chuff, spot a pangolin, or see a real impala rut. But if you are wild about the wild, you can become part of a community of like-minded nature lovers and share authentic wildlife experiences with the world. Join the Explorers Club and you will also enjoy the many benefits that come with it too. WildEarth Explorers, it's in your nature.
Right, well, we're still sitting here at a Gowrie Dam and I'm still waiting for the buffaloes very patiently. As you can see, they are approaching the dam. One by one. None has yet arrived at the waterhole, but they're very close, in hoof distance. As you can see there, that's the first ones, and then the rest of the herd behind, slowly but surely. Oh, that one is looking a little bit of a scar, old scar, and doing its business. Nice yarn. So yes, we're on Gowrie Dam Wall at the moment. Come on. There's water. Clearly they're not so excited for the water this afternoon. A big reason for that is because there's so much water all over the show. So I'm sure they had a drink on the way down to this area. But they will still make use of this opportunity now here at Gowrie Dam for a good drink, so that it won't be
Look at the most beautiful light touching our girl and boy here. Oh, it's stunning. It's only 4:15, but that light is just perfect. And you know, they might not be doing much, but again, we're lucky to be at the Dane, and it's just nice to be able to spend time with them. And we come here often. Actually, I come here every single day, and they're not always here. It would be really great if we could see some interactions as well. That would be such a winner. But right now it's very clear all June wants to do is sleep. Sorry, I was just directing another vehicle in. There we go, he's got there. Oh, curious now. Another vehicle. More friends. Cindy D, you're asking about the gestation period. It is just a tad longer than leopards and lions. Just a tad. So they're normally 3.5 months, and hyenas are 4 months, 16 weeks. So just a little bit longer, and they are a little bit more developed. They are, of course, still stashed in danes, but they're not quite born as altricial as the leopards and lions are. So it's 16 weeks for a spotted hyena. And then, of course, they're dane bound for a really long time. And they suckle for a really long time. It's remarkable. I mean, even watching Koa and Corky yesterday, Koa's big. So it does look quite bizarre when you see the older cubs suckling, but it's entirely normal. Normally it's about 18 months that they stop suckling, but it can be up to 2 years. Oh, Mummy's ear. Kuchava has been found on Chitwa. So I've told Cedric to head that way. I've got my spots, he can go and get his spots. You've not started chewing the tires yet, just wait till that happens. Catherine, you're so happy to spend time with June and Junebug, of course. It's so lovely. And this den's not very busy in terms of vehicle traffic, generally speaking. So it's just so nice to be able to sit with them. And although it is only one cub and one adult, you will find the more time you spend at den sites, the more you can actually learn about the clan. Okay, we're going to try and stay here as long as we can, really. But for now, over to Chris.
Right, so there we go. We have indeed managed to find more elephants. Indeed, more elephants. And this is now a breeding herd that is slowly moving towards Leopard Dam, lying in Ndlovu Dam. And we are right on the access road. That's why you've heard that car just now. So at the moment we're waiting for them to move a bit more eastwards. Because just east of us there's a bit more of an open sort of area. And then we'll be on the other side of this, the herd, meaning the sun will then be not shining sideways on them, but more directly onto them. But they are moving very, very slowly as they feed along at the moment. Like I mentioned earlier, at this time of the year, in the current conditions at Pridens, there's just so many elephants. Which is always a treat. It's always a treat to have them around. Hillary is asking if we have any tuskers here at Pridelands. Hillary, there's a few very large bulls that occasionally sort of visit the area. Very well known one is Ezelwini, huge elephant. And there's a couple of others, which I can't really recall their actual names, but whether they even have names. But Ezelwini is the most well known. Last month we saw this one big bull with a very impressive set of tusks. Also, I unfortunately don't have a name for it. But yes, to answer your question is yes. But they only enter the area on occasion. They don't stick around here exclusively. They do move in and out of our area. Bear in mind that these elephants have massive home ranges, and Pridelands makes up a very small portion of that. So an elephant like Ezelwini might not be present here for months. He's a very special elephant, very big elephant. Actually spoke to Gert just now. You feel the temperature dropping, and you know. Right, Yolanda is asking what makes up a breeding herd of elephants, and that's a term I used earlier. Right, so a breeding herd of elephants is the most stable grouping that you'll have within elephant society. It's essentially a group of related females, mothers, daughters, sisters, grandmothers, cousins, grandchildren, all related females. And then you'll also find their offspring with them. Saying offspring, so remember elephants also live for a long time, and they also have a very long childhood and teenage sort of growing years, very similar to ours. So the youngsters stay with the natal herd into their teenage years. In the case of the young males, then they leave that herd. The young cows or heifers will stay with their natal herd, their mother's herd. They stay with them pretty much for life. And a very strong family bond between all those related females within the herd. And that is a breeding herd. The other grouping that you will find with elephants is either solitary males, or the males or the bulls group in what is referred to as bachelor herds, all male herds. And those are usually not very big herds, usually only a few individuals. Whereas the breeding herds are often, or can often be, very large, in excess of 30, 50 at times. And there's even a herd that occasionally comes through Pridelands that are over 100 elephants. And I've seen them and physically counted them. But they break up. You know, those herds do at times split off into smaller groups. They don't always necessarily stay together, but they keep contact. Remember that they can communicate over very long distances. See, they are slowly approaching the road, which is good. That's what we want. So we can get a bit closer to them. In fact, I wonder if I shouldn't move a touch forward. What do you think, Gert? Okay, so I'm going to start the vehicle up. So you might just see a bit of a shake or two on the screen, but that is just to realign ourselves here and get a slightly improved view, if I can put it that way. I won't say better view. I just want to always try and improve what we see. Oof. Might have one or two of these elephants shaking their heads at us. Oh, I'm on a very awkward angle here, Gert. Okay, like this one. Hello. Just coming to say hello. Just smelling. No. No. Do not break the car. No. Come on. Come on. That's just curiosity. That's all it is. Not too worried about that. But you have to be firm with them when they do that. That was not aggressive behavior at all. I saw when the moment that Tusk tried to probe and feel what this big thing is in the form of a car, and I had to just be a bit more firm. And now you can see the elephants are relaxed. It's cool. It's fine. Nothing wrong. Curiosity, and that's what it was. Nina saying that was interesting to watch. Yeah, and there's a bit of a lesson for any aspirant naturalist out there. The little one also mimicking the mum now. Yeah, there was no aggression there in that elephant. Even the way it approached us. Look at this one. You know, it's all just kind of like curiosity and trying to probe and see what is this big thing, you know, this big green machine thing. But yeah. No, it was definitely not aggression. That's a tiny little elephant, that. And the one... in fact, Gert, I'm not sure where you zoomed out, but it's almost like a little group of youngsters here together. Almost like a nursery, like a kindergarten. All four of them plus this very tiny calf. And the mothers will do that. They'll entrust some of the younger ones to look after the baby, so they can also just be Avril wants to know if elephants see in black and white or in color. Predominantly black and white, monochrome, but they do see some color. Probably not the full spectrum that we do, but they do see color. Here comes another cow. We'll move into shot soon. Very big lady, this. Now, coming back to aggression. Look at, that the way she moves, that's all good. Eyes are soft, meaning the eyes lids drop down. I call it soft eyes. So I'm perfectly happy with this elephant and its proximity. Even with the previous young cow, that, like I said, that was basically curiosity. But you have to let them know that this is not a toy to play with. It's a fine line. Because asking if the elephant's checking out inch. I'm sure they did. That's an interesting comment, because now obviously the whole posture, or the shape of the car is slightly changed, and that could also prompt some curiosity from them to see, like, hey, we don't remember this thing being like this. Could very well be. Let's take them a bit to get used to. Well, this is quite nice, I must say. But it's a very fine line when it comes to elephants and proximity to the vehicle. You need to make a decision very quickly. You don't want to be too cautious. You want to have a nice experience, but you also want to make sure that they don't do damage to the car. You need to know when to speak to them. Whole bunch of them coming now. Also another game drive vehicle joining us in the sighting. Remember what I said earlier about the light? Look at that now. The lovely light on them now. And they are slowly pointing towards the dam. So I think we'll probably try and see if we can't move around there and wait for them to come and drink. But anyway, while we do that, let's go and get an update from Lauren, who is still with the hyenas at Djuma. .
The light's not so beautiful on them anymore. But I did just want to show an image of that birthing canal that I was referring to earlier. Here we go, I'll put that here. And you can just see, this is obviously a drawing, but you can see the womb, you can see the cub, and then of course it takes that 90-degree bend. And naturally, due to the pseudopenis, there's quite a long extension that protrudes from the female in comparison to not having a pseudopenis. And it is only an inch wide. It's a very challenging birthing process, and that's why not a lot of the cubs make it. But I just thought I have this image, I may as well share it with you. But of course some cubs do, but for first-time mothers it can be really tricky. The mothers can also die as well as the cubs. It's just not an easy process for them. But I believe June did give birth to 2 cubs. They both made it, but then sadly since then one has died. He's just wandering and wandering. I did get a look earlier and I do think it's a penis on this little one. Sorry, I didn't copy that FC. I'm not copying that. Are you getting that, Owen? Best spot pattern? Lillian, that's difficult. Not many animals have spots. I don't know. That's a very tricky question. I'm probably going to say leopard. They have the most beautiful coat. We do say they are rosettes that were not so much spots, but I'm not sure about that one, Lillian, sorry. I'm not sure if you're asking about spot pattern or pattern, but the spots on a spotted hyena are pretty cool, to be honest, when you see them. Ferocious predators just covered in these amazing range of spots. It is quite something to see. And that's naturally how we identify them, from the spot pattern. Of course, June's got a floppy ear, and Corky's got a really unique ear, and Ribbon's got a very unique ear, but otherwise you do rely on that spot pattern. Each and every one is unique, and it doesn't change from juvenile to adult. And that's crucial. Although this little one, you can't really see its spot pattern right now, it definitely has one. The fur just needs to lighten, which it will. However, the spot pattern's still there and it doesn't change from cub to adult. It maybe becomes clearer because that fuzz of a cub and the fuzz of a sub-adult sort of disappears. But it's still the same pattern. I think that's pretty cool. Spotted hyenas. That's a nice tree, Owen. The cub is there. I'm only teasing Owen. Owen and I have worked together a very long time, so we're allowed to tease each other. But yes, I don't want to turn on the engine right now because I know for a fact this cub will move. So for now, we'll look at Sleepy June. Snoozing away without a care in the world. Look, the mouth's even slightly open. Hyenas are busy during the night, constantly calling. communicating, smelling, hunting, scavenging, going on patrol, walking incredible distances, really incredible. Well, of course they're tired during the day. But this one hasn't been walking much throughout the night, hasn't been calling, hunting or scavenging, so it's safe to say this little one's got tons of energy. Cara UK, you're saying they are so adorable. You love hyenas. Oh, they're so adorable. Even as adults. And it's so funny because here at WildEarth, when I drive Wendy, and well, Rusty's way too big for me, I always sit on a blankie. It's a really thick blankie and I fold it over just to give me a little bit of height. The booster seats have since gone completely flat. They were designed for Trishala and I, but the boys have used them. I don't know why. So I use this blankie just to give me a little bit of height because I'm very small. And every single day from the beginning of time, the hyenas are obsessed with this blankie. They're obsessed with it, especially in the belly and Swaz. Every single time they come straight to this blankie. And I've got a video of Swaz being very naughty and trying to take the blankie off me, but that's a whole other story. And this morning, the belly just came up and went straight to the blankie. I don't know what it is. They're obsessed with it. And when you really spend a lot of time with hyenas and see them as close as I did this morning, they're still adorable as adults. Not just cubs. Even with June's. June, your lip is stuck. She's still cute. Cindy D, I don't know if you're talking about June or the cub, but definitely cute face all around. Look at your teeth, June. I just think they're adorable, but they're very sort of morphologically like dogs, and I love dogs. I've grown up with dogs all my life and always had dogs in the family, and I do think they are very similar in appearance, morphology to dogs, but they're obviously not related to them.
Did you know that the WildEarth team makes weekly behind the safari content? Would you like to get to know the WildEarth family better? See how we live.
This is Eagle's bedroom.
Learn about our production process. And see the antics that happen off camera. Sign up to be an explorer and you will get access to all this content and more.
Alright, we've got this female leopard still, Kashava. She is still moving. She's in a terrible block here. We are going to try our utmost best to stay with her. Alright, let's move. Alright. Oh, yes! Got a leopard, finally got a leopard. Okay, there is other vehicles here, so I'm going to try and go forward. Oh. Oh. No. Alright, let's see. Let's see, we're going to go in here, Jan. We're going to have it nicely here in front of us. Alright, there she is, yeah. As you can see, here's another vehicle here. Alright, let's see if we can keep up with her. Let's go. Let's go. She's gone. Let's go. Let's go. Now she's... Alright, so we're trying to follow Kashava now. Oh, she's going to go in through this terrible block, you know, on Chitwa. Kashava always... Let's see if we can get through here. Sorry about the other vehicles. Jan, other vehicles. Alright, we're going to just try and see if we can get through this side. This is okay. Well, she's coming up to a nice open clearing here, so we're going to get her very nicely here. She's right next to us here. I just want to see what we're going to do. How are we going to do this? Let's see. How are we going to do this? All right, Jan, she's going to come through this little gap for us nicely. All right, she's just behind here. So I do apologize about the other vehicles. They are all moving through. You got it there, Jan? No, Jan, up. Down, down. Because she's going back, she's going behind us. Isn't it a beautiful female? But it looks like, almost looks like she's got like suckle marks there, but it doesn't. I'm not going to jump onto that, but yeah, that's very strange. It's hanging quite a bit at the bottom of the belly. All right, let's turn around. Woo! This block is terrible. Thank you, Frankie. Yes, indeed. Frankie, indeed. There. All right. And it looks like she's heading up and down, just sniffing around. But a beautiful female leopard, El Kachava. Of course, her mom was very well known in this area. Her name was, of course, Thandi. And her dad was Mvula. Oh my word. Alright, now to get through this. Alright, you ready, Jan? We have to try and follow. Tadiwa, it's going to be very tough. Wait, actually no, wait. Sorry, Tadiwa, don't worry about it. She's coming back our way. Our way. Sorry, Tadiwa is our director, and I'm just trying to let him know that we are heading into a very hairy area. Okay, it's just a small tree that's in front of us, so I'm just going to go over it and put it in the middle, so of course we don't damage it, and it'll pop back up behind the vehicle. Oh, this block is as thick as instant pudding. It's been left in the fridge for 4 days. Or actually a brownie. Alright, she's already gone past there. Okay. Tadiwa, I'm going to try and see if we can just follow here. There's other vehicles in here, so if you don't mind, we're going to just try and manage this somehow. Alright, let's go. Oh. Alright, let's go over to Lauren.
June got up and moved because Junebug actually was biting on her nose. And June was not impressed, naturally. So she got up and moved, but I think this little one is still after his mommy's nose. She'll leave. Oh, I just think the two of them together are hilarious. She plays with this little one for a while, and I often wonder, probably anthropomorphizing massively here, but I do wonder whether she also acknowledges that this little one needs some interaction and plays with it for a little while, and then she's tired. And she's protecting her nose. Glad Cedric got Kuchaba. I know he's been missing his kind of spots. Nikki, no they don't. They actually don't. It is only the spotty hyenas that have this utterly bizarre genitalia. They have normal penis and vagina. It really is just the spotties that have this unique genitalia, which I know it really sounds bizarre when you're talking about it and there's lots of funny words involved, but really it's remarkable. If you think about it, what drove that evolution for the female to adapt like that? And it's the whole package, not just the pseudopenis. Remarkable adaptation. But as we sit here, I believe Cedric's caught up with Kuchaba.
Alright, unfortunately she's going behind the vehicle again. No, she's gone behind the vehicle. She was coming towards us. We had her next to us now. Alright, she's playing very difficult for us, but that's fine. That is all good. I've got a lot of patience. Lots. As long as Rusty's going to come out here fine, that's the main thing. I don't want to do the Flintstones out of here. Yeah, that's the last thing. I'm sure Johan doesn't want to push Rusty all the way back to camp, so we just got to play it easy. It's just very thick. This monkey orange galore. Every single corner that we go in here, it's just monkey orange. All right, I think we're gonna try. We're gonna try on. Thank you. Thanks, Laz. It's very thick, eh? Oh my word. Let's see. All right, she is in front of us here. She's really making sure that we are working hard to keep up with her this afternoon. All right. Jan, this is going to be a tough one. Oh, let's go there. I've got it. I see a spot. I see a little gap. It might be a gap that has a lot of holes in it, but let's see. Oh yes, it's a nice gap. Let's go. Oh, lovely. It's like a highway now. Oh, here she comes. She's right next to us here. Let's go a little bit forward. There she is. Joyce, yes. Thank you so much. Now she's going south again. Oh wait, she's coming back this way. She might pop out in front of us. So of course, typically she's picking up on some kind of scent. So she's going back and forth. She hasn't got like just one direction. It seems like she's going like almost doing a bit of a zigzag maneuvering here, and it makes it a little bit tough for us due to the fact of course, following her. But yeah, there is another vehicle behind. Let's see if we can continue, Jan. Alright, I'm going to start up. And start up. Okay, she's going to come right past us there. How nice is this? You have a beautiful leopardess once again. Okay, she's just standing there. I just want to try and give us space. I don't even know which road is coming up. I don't even know where we are. That's the interesting part about it. It's somewhere in the bush. Well, she's got a mark against a tree here. Sorry, you're right there, Jan. Yeah, Jan. Jan's doing a lot of acrobatic moves behind me. Alright, let's go. What's the aerial? She's coming this side. Right, he's just behind this bush at the moment. Yeah, he's just here. He's just there. No, she's still just hanging back this side. Sorry, I'm just letting the other guide know. She's just still here. She's just looking that way. I'll let you know when she moves. Of course, she's just taking it easy. It looks like she's just listening out there, but it's difficult to see exactly what she's doing. I'm going to let the other guy know that she's very stationary at the moment. right, yes, she comes out this side and looks like she's heard something. Maybe she'll come next to the vehicle. Maybe she'll go past Jan and greet Jan. Let's see. No, she's going north. There she's going north now, that side. Don't you think she's like very? I'm trying to look on her belly. It just seems like, you know, when they're producing milk, it really is like hanging quite low. She's gone north. Sorry. She's, as you guys went around, she went north. Just letting the other guys know what's she up to. I don't know how much further I'm going to follow here. Alright, well, we are going to just try and work out, because I can see we're going to hit the wall here. Let's head over to Lauren and June.
June, well, we are currently looking at June's bum, to be honest, but that's okay, it's not a bad bum. And Junebug is just running amok, not visible right now, in the long grass somewhere, but at least June's getting some peace. I really hoped, I know we've spent a long time here, but I'm just very grateful to be here, and I really hoped maybe another hyena would show up. Ribbon, darling, where are you? I have Ribbon tattooed on my arm. I really want to see her. But of course the hyenas going to do their thing. They're, as I mentioned, not den bound if they don't have cubs here. So it's not every day they'll visit. But I'll keep popping in and just hope that we get lucky. Maybe even June will move the den back onto Juma. Imagine that. Did you hear that, June? Mm-hmm. Juma. I think she got it. Hannah, just a respectable distance that you would keep with all animals. So if Owen would kindly zoom out, you'll see that we're really far away. Especially at a den site. At a den site, really keep yourself far. That's quite a remarkable different distance. I would say that's a good 5 meters plus in front of us. So sort of use your gut, especially when there's a little cub like this running around. We might get a view. That's when I am super, super cautious. This little cub's now at the stage, as I mentioned, running amok. You don't want to be driving unless you really know where that little cub is. So at den sites, you have to be particularly careful, cautious, sensitive. And I think it's the same with any wild animal, really. Hyenas are no different. But of course, if they come up to your car and they're stationary, you can't just let them walk past the car. But when following animals, I like to be very careful and just keep my distance. Even this morning when we had the clan causing chaos, I just wanted to be there, but still, you've got to give them distance. You've got to keep separate. Kuchava was tricky the other day with me, and I think she's doing the same today with Cedric.
Oh, so now she's just got on top of a termite mound for us. Yes, thank you so much, Mary Kay. Clearly she has got suckle marks. I just looked there once again, and she has got cubs, but where, we don't know. So that's exactly what I was saying. It was hanging like she's producing milk. So that is fantastic for her. I'd love to know how many cubs this female has got once again. Alright, let's see if we can get past here. I do apologize. Let's get past here. Lovely. Oh, I think I'm going to punch a tire here now if I go. Wait, I'm going to just go forward. I might hear a pop just now, and oh, all right. Woo-wee. All right, we're on the road again in the bush. Let's see. Let's see where she takes us. Oh my word! This area of Chitwa is so thick. It's so thick. Aardvark holes everywhere. All right, we've got a nice little road here now. Not a road, but it looks like a road. Well, it's not a road. It's just a little bit of a clearer spot. I will just call it a road for now. I've no idea where she's gone. This is typical with a leopard, huh? Oh yeah, she comes here. So clever. She's so clever. Alright, let's stop this side. Let's see what she does from here. I'm not going to go too close there. So she's still sniffing around here. You got it? Yeah. No, yep, Jan, up there. Oh, look at it, isn't typical that Tundi face, like a mom. Ooh. Not happy with that bird. Little bird is following her and she's snarled. I'm trying to duck and dive. She's just walking directly in front here. She's just snarling a bit because the bird's making alarm calls, yeah? And she's not too happy with it. Amy, yes, this was worth it. Oh yes, Amy. Well, I don't know, as I said, where we are now at the moment, I don't know. We're in a block somewhere. So maybe Jan and myself will have to think of dinner here in the bush tonight and shoot a flare off somewhere. Oh, no, she's going back that way now. She's going back there. Everyone's pulling out now. They're leaving me to try and keep this leopard. All right. Sorry, we just. Watch out, John. Oh, there she is. There. Alright, I'm going to let the other guys in. Tadiwa, we need it. Oh, I have to start just chatting here quickly, please. I need to chat to the other guides so we can all manage out of this sighting and try and make sure that I'm. Yeah, you're next to you. Yeah, Sinjele, yeah. Cool. How's it going, buddy? Okay. I'm going to try and keep eyes on her, yeah, while you make your way around, eh? I don't know if we're still live. Well, anyway, let's continue. Let's go over and under, over and under. Now we're going to lose her, yeah. You got it, huh? You see her? Oh, there she is, yeah. Nice, well done. Oh, no, that's a puncture right there. That's a puncture right there. Alright, let's try and get over. I do apologize. Yeah, we have to try and get out of this.
Stay up to date with the latest happenings at WildEarth. Discover what goes on behind the scenes and get a weekly recap of the best moments on the channel.
He's got it! And he's straight up a tree!
Sign up to be an explorer and receive our newsletter written just for you and sent straight to your inbox every week. WildEarth Explorers, a club for people who are passionate about nature.
Thank you for joining us and have a fantastic morning.
Lie down. All right, she's going back. As we go live, she goes, the leopard goes away. Ay, ay, ay. All right, now we're back into craziness again. Here we go. Good luck, Johan. Good luck to everybody. Let's follow. Let's go. Can you see anything on top there, Johan? Do you see it on top? Oh, she's beyond. Oh, there she goes. Oh my word. All right. All right. Here we go. I think Johan's stomach muscles tonight is going to be pretty much well worked out. And just Ariel. Just watch Ariel. Just watch. Yeah. Just watch this whole tree. Okay. You have to watch the tree. All right. Now we don't even know where she is. Now it's look 1 o'clock. Right, okay. All right, let's just go this side. You see her? She's like right there. Huh? Oh yes, she is. I thought she's still behind. All right. All right, let's go. All right, she's going up another termite mound. Yeah, she's going up another termite mound. All right. Hello, my girl. Let's see her right next to us. Oh, I'm going to try not to mess around too much. I just want to try and get around this termite mound because it's a few holes here. Just watch your side there, Johan. I don't want you to fall off here and have Shidulu chewing on your toes. Look at that. Look at that. I mean, not Shidulu. Kushava. What did I say, Shidulu? She's on top of a Shidulu. She's on top of a termite mound, Kuchava. So, alright, she's just moving Alright, I'm going to let the guy follow me. Alright, I'm going to try and get out to Tadiwe. I need to get out here. I'm going to let these other guys try and take over here because my calf is starting to cramp up here with pressing this clutch in and trying to get through here. Sorry. Alright, I think there's a road in front of us. Alright, yeah, I got it. Alright, let's go over to Chris. Let's see if we can get out of here.
Right, so I've had reports of lions that were calling northeast of Leopard Dam. Okay, now Leopard Dam is in the northwestern parts of the Conservancy. It's right over there. So therefore it means that the lion calls must have come from there, which will be northeast. So I'm just parked here with this herd of impala now to just sit and listen out if the lions don't call again, because once they start calling, they often will call multiple times, and that's what I'm hoping to hear. And this is normally the time when we set up a sunset, although today we do not have a sunset. There's clouds, so we're taking the opportunity now to listen out. I really want to find these lions. From here I'm going to head straight to the northern boundary and then move eastwards along the boundary and then check if we cannot perhaps get a bit of luck with some lions. We've been quiet in terms of cats this shift. We haven't really seen much. Seen lion a few times, but it's still they've been more absent than here. But yeah, we do have these impala. They seem very, very calm. No indication from them that they are aware of any predators around. Quite a nice sized herd of impala, our most common antelope out here. Vivian sounds very excited there as well. Definitely lions will be incredible. I think the fact that they've been heard puts us into a good chance to find them, you know. So the only thing is how far north were they and northeast, because Leopard Dam is already our northern boundary. So the thing is, are they still on Pridelands or are they north of us? That makes a big difference. Not hearing anything. That's okay. We've got a very, very good idea where to go from here. That's a perfect time to head over to Madikwe. Andrew has some zebra there. Let's go and take a look.
Chris, best of luck tracking some lions. Do you have Morris with you on the vehicle? I'm just wondering. Perhaps Tadiwa will let me know. But yo, we've got nice zebra over here. It's a plain zebra coming out into the sun. Very nice. Look at them. They're on super high alert at the moment. What are they staring at? Okay, so it's just Chris and Gert on the vehicle at Pridelands this afternoon. Okay, that's still a very formidable team. Look at the zebra. What on earth have you seen, my friend? It could be impalas, because I see one impala just behind the vehicle. So it could very well be impalas that are walking through the bush. Sometimes, you know, just like humans, they make a mistake or they don't quite see something clear enough and they think it's something else, but they're not sure. What is it? I'm sure it's that impala. They're just enjoying this nice open spot. Yeah, the past few times that we've come along this road in the afternoon, we have seen this group of zebra before. They like this spot. This is a nice spot for them. I think it's a bit more open than anywhere else that they're going to get anywhere nearby here. So yeah, the bush here is a bit of a challenge for animals like zebras because it's very thick, the blocks, and the zebras are going to need to really learn the layout quite well and choose a nice little spot. I won't go too close to that thicket, and if they wander into those thickets, I mean, it's really taking a risk. If there are lions in those thickets and they spot them, then most definitely they're going to be at a very vulnerable situation. But myself and Paul were watching some zebras drinking earlier on, and we noticed the legs again. Every time I see zebra, it seems that, especially with the stallions, they have got extremely well-formed legs. Just look at those legs. Kim, yeah, a lot of animals sometimes are underrated, unfortunately. Yeah. Some people are after the big five. That's what they want to see on their safaris. And I understand to a degree. I mean, if I went to the Amazon or I went to the Indian jungle and I went with a guide, you know, I would really hope that I see, you know, some of their main animals like tigers and jaguars and things like that. But if you think about it in the greater scheme, if you go on safari only like really hoping to see big five, and that's all you really want to see, it's 5 animals out of the whole diversity of wildlife that is so small. Yes, sir. Reverse a bit. The shadow's in the way there. So we want to cast unnecessary shadows and over the zebra, and then also it's not good for the camera. Tell me when to stop. More. Yeah. Sharp. There we go. I just love how they stand as a unit. You see, and at the end of the day, they really will protect one another. And there they go. Just before the sunset. This is great.
Those sounds just go straight through you.
witnessing the beauty and wonder of the African bush, but don't have months available for an extensive learning program? Look no further than Eco Training's 7 or 14-day EcoQuest course. Designed for those who yearn for a taste of the wild, this immersive program will give you an in-depth understanding of the African bush in as little as 7 days. You'll be guided by expert trainers who will lead you through the various ecosystems of Africa and teach you essential bush skills. Over the course of the program, you'll learn about animal behavior, tracking, and identification, as well as the intricacies of conservation and African cultures. With the guidance of your trainers, you'll have the opportunity to witness wild animals up close and personal in their natural habitats. You'll also have the opportunity to make new friends and create lasting connections with people from all over the world who share your passion for the wild. This course is the perfect way to gain a deep understanding of the African bush, even if you have limited time. Join Eco Training's 7 or 14-day EcoQuest course. Further your journey as a true bush enthusiast today.
We've managed to catch up with Mr. Mohawk. And he's done quite a loop today. He didn't hang around at Gowrie Dam. And he is actually heading back in the direction of Gowrie Dam, where I believe all the buffalo are. So I'm not saying he's going to hunt a buffalo tonight, but he's definitely gravitating towards them. But he's just taking a chill for now, you know. We're here at Giraffe Dip. What does one do when they reach Giraffe Dip? They just chill. And groom. But he's walked a lot. He was found way in the eastern corner and he's just moving back central now. He's done a loop. It's nice to get him before we completely lose light. As you all know, we do lose light. Everyone does. And it gets a bit tricky, but it's nice to have him here just as the sun is setting. It's been a lucky drive after all. Hyenas, leopard and lion from Juma. Gally, I know, it's been a crazy drive. Oh, don't think he realizes there's a camera behind him. It has been a crazy drive, a good one, and I think it's about to get better. But we may have to move. Other vehicles are here and we're sort of going to all have to move out of the way for each other here. But we are going to follow him and he is heading directly to Gowrie Dam. Pretty much. I'm actually looking forward to seeing the buffalo. Thank you, well done. Yeah, he's heading. I don't think it'll be long before we're at Gowrie Dam. It's really nice to have the buffalo back on our property. Kelvin, you hope he goes for a drink. I think he's maybe thinking of something a little bit more than a drink. We did watch him pop out at Gallego Pan, one of our small pans today with freshly pumped water, delicious water. And he didn't drink, he walked right past it. But whether he has quenched his thirst along water is everywhere right now. It's really everywhere. He's going to have no trouble finding a puddle or finding water to drink. So he might not kill one, but I think he's definitely going to inspect the buffalo, that's for sure. Once we get up this dip, it's going to be a little bit easier. There we go. We're getting a view now. Look at him deciding which way to go at a crossroads. He'll be able to hear the buffalo. Buffalo are very loud, and although we as mere humans cannot, not from here, he will, without a doubt. He's listening to everything. Which way are you gonna go, boy? I thought so. Straight towards the dam. You know what? We'll just pull up to the side. Oh, he's taking a wee rest. This is, we walk, we rest, we walk, we rest. I'll just turn around for you here, Owen, and then we're going to get a nice view of his face. It's better than the view we had earlier, that's for sure. Let's work with this for now. That's better. Magnificent boy. Now, he's not in hunting mode or stalk mode or anything like that. He just is gravitating towards a buffalo. They are just around the corner. Opportunity will present itself within a herd. And he might just be there to seize it. Didn't catch that name, but you're saying he looks quite thin. He definitely needs a meal. We could see that this morning. But remember, the predators go through a life of feast or famine. They don't eat every single day like we do. 3 meals a day, no way. They sort of hunt, feast, eat, and then rest, digest, and then, of course, take a few days before they hunt again, depending on how full they are. That's the eyes that I remember. We used to call you Scary Eyes. We did. You're now Mohawk, but at some point you were Scary Eyes. Mohawk was the least accommodating out of all the Avokas when they first arrived. Whether we'd had a bad experience or it just wasn't as accommodating to the vehicles. Not like he's coalition mates. How can a big scary male lion make himself so unbelievably cute like that? That was beautiful. 10 out of 10. I wonder if we'll get any vocalizations out of him tonight. That I would love to hear. Oh, that was not clear at all. AFC definitely didn't get that, I'm afraid. He's walking into the sunshade, straight to the jam. What was that on?
It's a Sony G series, 18 times.
Sony G series, apparently, is the camera that we are using. But Owen is being praised for his camera work, so well done, OD. Sorry, Owen, we're just going to move so we can work around the cars here. I'm just going to let Civilized go. Civilized is actually a friend of mine who's now in the Sands, and he was one of the contestants when I was at the Safari Guide of the Year, and he won Epic Award for Storytelling. So I'm just going to let Civilized go ahead. I actually would like to get up ahead of. I'm not the biggest fan of tailing animals from behind. So sometimes if there is room to just get around them and give them that little bit of space, park off and let them come towards you, that's actually the best thing to do. So I think that's what we're going to do here now with dear Mohawk, who is intently watching the buffalo, aren't you, boy? Can you work with this one? Cool. Oh, look at him. Mohawk, I forgot how handsome you are. I'm sorry. I've been so wrapped up in the Mahiwas, I forgot. He's got his eye on something, though. It's almost night time, but we are definitely going to stay here and keep up with Mr. Mohawk.
Do you love relaxing at a waterhole with the sights and sounds of Africa all around you? Well, we have some really exciting news for you. From August 1st, Africam is joining forces with WildEarth to bring the majesty of Africa right into your living room with 9 incredible new waterhole cameras from across South Africa and Kenya. Get ready to embark on a new journey. This is Live at the Waterhole.
Okay, so we're actually going to get to Chukuru Dam a little bit earlier than I suspected. We might, if we're lucky, even catch a bit of the sunset. I think let me just pick up the pace just a little bit so we can get there in time. Ah, Lauren has seen something cool. We're going to send you over to her quickly.
Oh. Hello, everyone. Mohawk is just casually strolling in front of our car. We're obviously in infrared now. Just lost a little bit too much light. That is my head. Apologies. We're almost at the dam. The lights got so low that I can't actually see if there are buffalo or not. He's the one that knows all the answers. Making decisions. Keeping still, only the occasional flick of the tail. I wish I knew where the buffalo were. I can't. Yeah, I can't see anything from here. Top Cat, you're asking, do single male lions hunt alone often? I'll just get that checked. Yes, of course, Top Cat. They need to survive. Remember, when you're a coalition, the coalition always splits up. You cannot maintain a huge territory filled with females if you are always together. Coalitions always split and they go on territorial patrol and they keep communicating with each other and then they reunite again. So that's how they maintain their territory. So of course they need to be able to hunt alone or they wouldn't be able to survive. So absolutely. And this guy is on his own now. Very often got his sons with them, but generally speaking, on his own. I think a lot of people underestimate how much lions hunt because they assume that it's always the females. And yes, male lions are notorious for stealing from females, but at the same time, they absolutely do hunt. I don't want to block his view. I don't know what it is he's staring at, but I'd rather just sort of stay behind him and try and figure out where he's going to go. Not vocalizing. Not contact calling. But if he does go into the block and there is a chance, I won't follow everyone. As long as he sticks along the road, that's fine. But if he does go deep into the block, we will let him go. So let's just see where he decides to go. It's amazing. I think he's heading back round towards Japan, which is exactly where we had him this morning. Remarkable. Do you know, with my naked eye, I can't see him. None at all. I can obviously see him in the monitor through Owen filming him in infrared, but with my naked eye, I can't see him. Okay, it's going to be a bit tricky now because we're behind the vehicle, but let's see what we can do. Let's see where he ends up. So for now, we are going to send you guys over to Madikwe.
Okay, we've made our way to Chukuru Dam. Here we are. We've missed the sunset, but that's all right. We're just going to stick around and watch if any elephants come by. It is getting to that time of the night when, you know, elephants do like to get their last bit of drink of water in. And you often find them at this time at the water. So it doesn't look like they've come now. But yeah, by beginning of drive, like 2 hours ago, we saw a nice big herd here. So they were here, or some of them were at least here. Yeah, it was definitely a crocodile that we saw this morning because I'm just looking at the spot where it was. It's not there anymore, so it's definitely the crocodile. Thanks for all your help out there. We also got a fish eagle right in the distance there, up in the tree. The colors are not going to be too great, but we can still take a look. Now, for any of you who have heard fish eagle calling, it is really a beautiful sound. And when you look at a lot of these eagles and things like that and raptors, their sounds are more like shrills, screams and so on, if I'm describing it correctly. But when it comes to African fish eagle, what a beautiful sound it makes. And the pairs are extremely territorial, and I've actually seen on the Kariga River in the Eastern Cape 2 pairs of fish eagles having a dispute in the air. So they were flying, clutching at each other, and tumbling towards the ground and eventually breaking free and then making contact with each other again. Very powerful. Now myself and Mr. Mpo managed to find a dead owl the other day, and we took a good look at it and we looked at the claws. Incredible how sharp those claws are and how effective they would be. So you can just imagine an African fish eagle, those talons. Incredibly powerful, so much so that they're able to really grasp fish quite well. Now, if there are any fishermen out there or people that love fish, you'll know that fish are very oily. It's an oil that covers their body, which is protecting them from bacteria from the water. That's why fish are oily. They must be oily. And so fish eagles, they will grab them, and yeah, it's very seldom that those fish will be able to slip away. Because fish eagles grab them and they literally squash. Literally. And then what will happen is there's like these specialized, I don't know how to describe it. Are they like barbs or specialized spines on their feet? So when they actually grab a fish, those barbs and spines just dig into the scales and manage to grip it quite well. So they have a chance to fly off, maybe even get on top of a tree. Not always. Most of the time they actually feed on the ground. Yeah, I know bits and pieces of fish would fall into the water otherwise. Alyssa, yeah, the colors are great out here. Yeah, we don't have too much orange today. Maybe it's going to happen tomorrow. But yeah, in the mornings, that's the most beautiful orange that you can ever see. Very nice. We capture it sometimes on the sunrise in the mornings. Yeah, but at the end of the day, the naked eye sees the best. So no camera in the world would ever be able to replicate what your eyes literally see and the colors and so on. Although some cameras are very, very good at it. Lovely. Just a lovely scene being here. And this is definitely one of the places I'm going to miss. Jukuru Dam has been... I've been here a lot now. Myself and Paul, myself and Rian. Just watching a few bats flying by.
Chatting around a fire is an ancient practice that has connected humanity for centuries, and we want to keep it alive in our modern age. As an explorer, you'll have access to intimate gatherings with our naturalists, fascinating guests, and experts where we share knowledge, insights, and stories around a crackling fire. Rediscover the power of connection. Sign up to be an explorer today and experience the magic of WildEarth's Fireside Chats.
So I've got the Flaminieri next to me here, just across the street.
So yeah, leaving, of course, Kachava like that in the block, I just decided it was just getting too thick, too hairy for us. I felt like it was not, not great to continue following her in such a thick area. Yeah, I know that block quite well. As I said, for many years I've been through that block maybe about 30, 40 times already in my career in the Northern Sabi Sands, and so yes, and then of course when I went through that block this afternoon, I knew exactly what I was getting myself into. But that is fine. It's always good, but it's nice just to see if we can follow up on that leopard and follow her. And it was so nice seeing that she's got suckle marks. I did not even know that Kachava was Kachava had youngsters or young one, cubs or cub. I'm not too sure, but that is fantastic. So I want to 10 to 1. I'm sure she's had her cubs in side a net, or maybe towards Mala Mala. I guess it's a good times ahead. Hopefully we can get to see those youngsters shortly. And I know that Johan did some amazing acrobatic work behind me on this chair. He had to maneuver out of the way of many a branch that came flying towards his face. But that's the joys of the bush. If you want to see them, you've got to do it. Alright, well, we're going to continue. I'm going to continue heading towards Philemon's cut line and head slowly towards a big clearing just south of our camp. But while we do that, let's head over to Chris in Pridelands, as he's got some eyes that's looking at him.
I'm still up in the far northern reaches of Pridelands. Right here on the northern boundary, there's a big open area here called Impala Plain. And the impalas love to come and spend their nights here. Several different herds that come and spend their nights here. And I'm also just want to listen out for these lions that were reported. Not a sighting, it was lions that were roaring. And that, because I'm right on the boundary, I can then, figure out whether they're actually north of us or not. And at the same time, we can observe the impala and just assess if there's any funny behavior. They'll behave differently if there's a predator around that they're aware of. Remember, they don't have any magical way of detecting predators other than their own senses: sight, smell, sounds, etc. So if they don't see, hear, or smell a predator, they don't know it's there. Then they will just act normal. So obviously when you get the predators, they need to get a lot closer. I can't, as a lion, start running from 100 yards away from these impala. I'll spook them long before I'll have a chance to surprise them. But so far we have not heard these lions that was reported. And they were definitely close to camp last night. I heard them, definitely heard them. You can see these impalas are moving slightly further away. I think they've moved out of our view. So let's head out a little bit around and check the other side. I have a floodlight, so... here's more impala here. Gert. Didn't even see them. A couple of them. So I'm going to put the light on them, switching off the lights. There they are, right. Very quiet. And anyway, while we watch a tree, are you on a tree there?
Not finding the impalas.
Gert is looking at trying to find them. Can be tricky. A bit far, says Gert. Anyway, so maybe I'll just take the light and just see. I think we should probably move on from them. Now they have moved. I can't see. That's the thing we continue. See if we can't find something nocturnal rather.
To become a skilled safari guide, traversing the African bush and encountering wild animals up close. Whether you're a retiree, a recent graduate, or a professional seeking a change, the 55-day eco-training program is for you. This comprehensive course will provide you with an unparalleled opportunity to gain expertise in every aspect of the African bush. With the coaching of experienced training guides, you'll embark on an unforgettable adventure that will give you a deep understanding of wildlife, conservation, and African cultures. Over the course of the program, you'll learn essential skills such as animal tracking, bird identification, and bush survival techniques. But the benefits of this rigorous training go far beyond technical knowledge. You'll also form close bonds with fellow nature enthusiasts and conservationists from around the world, creating a global network of like-minded individuals. Your days will be filled with excitement and wonder as you observe animals in their natural habitats and explore the diverse landscapes of Africa. Return home with newfound knowledge, a qualification, unforgettable memories, and a sense of accomplishment that will last a lifetime.
All right, now I left Treehouse Dam, but an interesting thing happened to me tonight. So when we left that female leopard, when we left the sighting of the female leopard this evening, of course I made my way out of the block, left the area, and then I just wanted to make sure that, of course, Rusty, the vehicle, is still good and well. So I got out the vehicle, checked the tires, just to make sure all the tires are still on, there's nothing wrong with old Rusty. And while we were doing that, I heard in the distance a whole lot of people laughing and going, like, really going crazy and all that. So it's actually kind of brought back a memory, something that happened to me many years ago. So what happened is I was working at one of the lodges, and I had a couple, a nice young couple that was on my vehicle. Then I had like a mid-age couple that was on the vehicle as well, a married couple. And now this young couple, the guy pulled me to the side one afternoon before the sunset safari. He pulled me to the side there at the lodge and he said, like, Cedric, listen here, I want to get engaged. I want to ask this lady's hand in marriage tonight, this afternoon. Can you organize us champagne and all that stuff, all the bubblies? I'm like, yeah, no, this is fantastic, congrats, yeah, no, we'll do that. So anyway, and we got into the vehicle, off we went on our sunset safari, and of course the lady being oblivious on what's going to be happening. And I let the other couple know, the married couple, I told them about exactly what's going to happen tonight. And we got to this dam, beautiful sunset, stunning scenario. And of course I told my tracker, get ready with the bubbles. So I grabbed, and he said, I grabbed the champagne at the back of the vehicle, and we all watched it. And of course my tracker had the phone in his hand, taking the video. And of course, still the lady oblivious about this. And of course the guy went on his knees while they're standing in front of the vehicle. He went on his knees, opened the box with the ring, and he says, can I take your hand in marriage? And the lady looks at him, and we're all waiting. I'm waiting for with the champagne. So I'm waiting with the champagne bottle. I'm like, yeah, I'm about to pop it. And next moment, the lady says no. So of course, when she said no, I was like, everybody just looked and like we didn't know what to say. And he looked and he was ashamed. And I felt so sorry for the guy. He was still on his knees. And he's like, like shaking. He's like, oh, please. She says, no, I'm sorry. I don't want to marry you. And I'm like, oh my word. And then like everything just went so strange from there. I like kind of opened the champagne. I still opened the champagne. I'm like, anybody for champagne, some bubbles? So I still poured the champagne for the people. And of course now the road back from that dam back to the lodge was going to be another hour. And well, he wasn't really sitting next to her anymore like they were over the last couple of drives. They were sitting pretty much one southeast and the other one northwest. And yeah, it was a very strange moment, very strange hour. So now and again, I always like kind of remembered that situation. I'm like, everything good, you guys? You're good? Anyway, there's Impala. Yeah, good old fun in the bush sometimes, you get the strangest things. But of course I've had quite a few engagements. No, not me personally, definitely not. But of course, sorting it and kind of fixing it up and all that for them. And 99.99% was yes, except that 0.01% was a no. Yeah, anyway, the bubbles was good. I enjoyed that. Alright, I'm coming up to the quarantine. Lisa, yes, it was awkward. I felt like diving into the dam and hopefully a hippo would swallow me up at that time because it was very awkward. I'm sure the guy felt the same. Yeah, no, this it's good old days in the bush. You gotta you gotta remember those moments. Those moments are priceless, priceless. Yeah. And you feel bad for the person, you know, you feel bad for that oak, you know, like the guy, shame, it's like, just say yes, just for now, just make it easy. Anyway. Alright, so we are now on the clearing just south of our camp. Nice big open clearing. Just going to take a look. Been lucky here with some jennets. We saw a jennet last night, but we couldn't get it on the screen. Unfortunately, it ran into some very thick stuff. But yes, there is a jennet that hangs around on this open area. So, of course, a jennet, a little cat. Very short mammal. Very beautiful. That's always like to look for them. But the best thing is to look for those eyes that's going to be shining back at you. That's the thing that you look for. That's the only way to get them. What is that? Oh, that's impala. Oh, there's a whole lot of impala here. I just switch my lights off here. I'm going to switch lights off here, Jan. Sasha, it's in my bag. It's with me. Don't worry. It's with me. That's one thing. I think we. All right. Yeah, I are. All right. There's some zebra on that side, on the right-hand side there. 1 o'clock. Sasha, yes. Well, I didn't really have to have my zebras on, my gloves on tonight because it's not that cold. 1 o'clock. Other side. 1 o'clock. 1 o'clock. There, straight ahead. No, back, left. Some zebras. So of course we're not putting any other lights on. We've got infrared. So we've just gone into infrared now. So we don't have to use any spotlights or any vehicle lights. Just the infrared light, so we can at least watch this beautiful dazzle of zebras busy grazing around on this open clearing. How nice is this? We had zebras this morning and I think yesterday afternoon. A lot of zebras, a lot of giraffe. Oh, impala busy photo bombing or video bombing the zebras. I think he's in focus.
We love all the support, we read all the comments, and now we want to acknowledge our biggest fans. Do you know when Ribbon was seen last? Or the names of June's cubs? Do you remember the last time we were up close and personal with an elephant? If you answered yes to any of these questions, then you are in for a treat. WildEarth's Fan of the Month. We are looking for you. For more details, make sure to read our monthly mailer and keep an eye out on our social media pages. WildEarth, it's in your nature.
my Californian buck was not only an albino, he grew to sizes that no one in my family expected. He was huge, and he had a very intimate relationship with his ball. It was rather awkward for me and my brother growing up. We didn't fully understand what he was doing to his ball, but that was Wilbur, my rabbit. So anytime I see a scrub hare, I always think of Wilbur. Even though it's a hare, not a rabbit, I know, but of course there are lots of similarities that just make me think of Wilbur. We have scrub hares everywhere, and it's especially nice when you see the little ones. And you see mom suckling them at the side of the road. They're so vulnerable. Anything's out to get you at night time.
Oh, well, we're still sitting here on the open clearing with this beautiful male impala. Yeah. And of course the herd of zebras in the background as they are enjoying a good old feed for the evening. Perfect for them. And many a time I've seen when we used to go back there towards Arethusa Lodge, when I was working at Arethusa, and we used to go across the airstrip area at night time. That airstrip would be riddled in game. Zebras, wildebeest, impalas, plentiful. And the whole idea of that is, of course, making sure that they can see far. They're not going to get, I'm going to say, surprised by anything. So they feel much safer. And as well, you've got a whole lot of different species together. And these species are helping each other, like just making sure that if one sees a predator, it's going to let the others know. At least then they know that they need to get out of the area. Sorry, that zebra that's straight ahead of the tree. No, the tree, in front of the tree there. Looks like something at the back, like an injury, or was it just a black... What is that? It looks like an injury, yeah. Interesting. Like a real black smudge. Unfortunately, we are in infrared, so you can't really see if it's red or anything like that. It looks like an injury. Cindy D, no, thank you for joining us on our Sunset Drive once again, Cindy D. But yes, of course, it's a pleasure's all ours, of course, showing everybody these beautiful mammals and animals that we have around here in the African bush. From the Madikwe area right down towards Amakhala in the Eastern Cape, all the way to the northeastern area of the Greater Kruger National Park, where we are now, on the Sabi Sand. It has been quite a wonderful afternoon once again. Well, it seems like the animals are all out again. Well, as you know, WildEarth, we love all your support and all your comments, as always, every single day. So from the month of August, that's next month, we want to acknowledge our biggest fans one day every week. So on one day of every week, on the live show, we will pose a question to you, the viewers, to go and answer. Make sure that you stay tuned to the live shows and social media for more information on the fan of the month. So yes, actually it's from the month of August. One day in every week on our live shows, we will pose a question to you, everyone, or to all the viewers, and see if you can answer that question. Boom. Well, as you know, the show is sadly coming to an end tonight. I can't wait for tomorrow morning. Can't wait for tomorrow morning. It seems like the animals have come out to play for us today, for Lauren and myself, especially on Jimmo. It has been a quiet day or two. It seems like today it has taken a little bit of a turn. Well, not a little bit, quite a turn. And it seems like some nice buffalo, lion, leopard, beautiful zebra. Of course, Lauren had a June and the little youngster, which was wonderful. But yes, I just want to say thank you to everybody for joining us on our sunset safari. And thank you so much for all your comments and questions that you have sent in today. I'm hoping that we could answer as many questions as possible. And well, tomorrow morning is a new day. And I'm hoping that we are going to get some more exciting things tomorrow morning. But for now, I think we are just going to enjoy this big open clearing with these beautiful, beautiful zebras and of course the impala that's hanging around the area as well. Maybe your mohawk will decide to come down. Not too sure where Lauren left him. Maybe he went north. Yes, there's a lion roaring earlier. But yes, anyway, from the Wild Earth team, have a wonderful evening further. Good night.
This program features live coverage of an African safari and may include animal kills and carcasses. Viewer discretion is advised.